All right, we're going in, chat. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. Talking to Comcast on the phone. All right, sorry. I ended up stalling. I thought I wasn't going to. All right. Where did we leave off yesterday? This is the thing, like... Oh, right, we have... Oh, right, we opened this door. Wait, was this after we looted this place, though? No, I don't think we... A painting of a woman aiming a bow. Nice painting. Yo, what's up, Haruka? Thank you for the 55 months. A woman holding an antique lamp. Wait, it just turned green. Is this a puzzle? I think it is. Last night during my usual patrol, something strange happened. I was forced to use a candle as a light because the batteries in my flashlight had died. As I passed in front of the painting of the woman holding a torch in the main dining room, something beeped and a light turned on. That's never happened before. When I walked past the other 3 paintings in the dining room, nothing happened. Tonight my wife has cooked chicken stew for Anna. I'm bringing her a new book to read, Maria. What's up, Durjan? Oh. Interesting. There's lights on the wheel here. There's a 2B mod. I don't know about that. I think there's a way to take off, like, the jacket of the character, though. Is there, like, cosmetics for the character, actually? I feel like there is. Wait, is this where I came? No, I came in from up top. Oh, it's the sharks. What the hell is that? Put your hands up. Damn it. Damn, bro's tanky. Whoosh. Finding these test tubes, I don't know what they're good for. Oh, I do actually have a map here. Dude, some things in this game are so shiny. Metal plate base. Mother Lucia, she's fucking everywhere, man. God dang it. Shotgun is so good, though. The members of the sect have begun to doubt and lose faith. Since the Wildberger sisters arrived, Nautilus's malevolent energy has infected and corrupted everything in its proximity. Noah's research has helped to counter the effects partially, but we cannot help everyone. Only the most faithful will be spared. I convinced the sect that Nautilus had been angered and demanded a show of faith, the sacrifice of their firstborn. Surprisingly, not only did this restore their faith, but they also offered their children with great joy. Faith is a powerful thing. Mother Lucia is fucking crazy, man. What's up, Kenny? I've been enjoying this game so far. It's pretty good, honestly. I feel like I'm enjoying this one more than the first one anyways. The first one kind of triggered me a lot. Oh wait, we're back at the conference room? Oh nice, we got a shortcut. I'm confused. There's still something we're missing here, but I'm... Like, we already put the VHS tape in the player, so I'm not... Oh wait, we're... Dude, I'm so fucking confused. Guess we need to get into the kitchen. Assuming this door is open, it is. Or painkillers. Well, we've got a chute that we can go down. I'm gonna go up this way first, though. I still have the girl locked in her room. I bring her food twice a day, but she barely speaks to me. I've been giving her some of Abigail's books in secret to pass the time. The other day, she surprised me by asking if she could keep one of the books, Daddy Longlegs. She has never asked for anything before. Promised to take care of it. For a moment, I didn't want to give her one of Abigail's things, but I realized my daughter would have wanted her to have it. It was her favorite book, after all. Brother Juan. I think his child got, like, sacrificed. Okay, we got a shortcut. Oh my god, dude. There's an item on this guy. Okay. This is a shotgun moment. I'm out of shotgun ammo, sadly, but... How long have I been playing? Not that long. What's up, Cactus? Hello, Bale. Welcome to the stream. Need more shotgun ammo, man. Oh. Ask and ye shall receive. I've been down here. Oh no. Can I unlock this door? Yes. Pretty sure there's more boxes we can break somewhere else too. There's like a lot of boxes that were around. Oh, what the hell is this? We need a key card. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with this. There's 3 panels next to it, so maybe that's what the key cards are for. $11 save files. They give you so many saves in this game, it's wild. What the? Dude, what are these fucking test tubes used for? They gotta be used for something. Ooh. Okay, nice. We got the cassette tape. Heck yeah. Alright. Door. What is this ladder? Oh, that's the hatch. I see. Did I examine them? I did. Yeah, I didn't see anything. I mean, the thing is, I have like 12 of them. They're like I found like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure we'll figure it out. So we need to go to the cassette tape door, which I think it's right here, isn't it? Oh, wait. I gotta get the battery back. The batteries from upstairs. Because the cassette player doesn't have any right now. Yeah, I don't know why the steam is so loud. I guess it's meant to scare you. Yeah, it's kind of obnoxious how loud it is. Didn't I unlock a shortcut door up here? What's up, Pete? Can I fit through here? How far back can I pull this? Bro, what do you mean?
Password incorrect.
Oh, I guess I have to...
Password incorrect.
It could only mean I'm dead. Only if imperative. You may enter with my voice password. The password
Password
is
incorrect.
long pig.
Password correct.
Nice. Long pig. No, I didn't open the shark's mouth yet. I don't think I can. Or maybe I can, but if I can, I don't want you to tell me how. I imagine I need something I'm gonna get here is gonna let me open the shark. Oh my gosh. Oh, what the f- Dude, why do they like preemptively go off now? That's fucking pipes are horrible, man. Burn. Well, there's definitely a monster we need to burn. I don't know, dude. Who thought these fucking pipes, the fucking steam sound effects were a good idea? Like crazy. It's like so loud, man. Elevator. Oh, I bet we're gonna find something to get the shark's mouth open. Here. There's probably like a jack or something. Dude, I was strafing. I'm dead? No way, dude. No fucking way. I should have healed. That was my bad. I really thought he was gonna... Yeah, that was just... I really thought that he was gonna get staggered there. And he didn't. Well, at least we didn't get hit by this guy this time. Alright, that's fine. I mean, it's kind of annoying. So I gotta... It's my fault, though. I only have myself to blame. Oops. Time for more steam. Yippee! Why isn't it fucking playing? Hello? Hello?
This is yes. If you have found this recording, it could only mean I'm dead. Only if imperative, you may enter with my voice password. The password is long pig.
Password correct.
Is there like a dedicated quick turn button? I wonder. Of course not. Fucking Steam, man. I hate it. God, I want to get past this area so badly. Could have used a painkiller, I guess. What? Thing is, I'm not... Okay, wait. I'm gonna go down. I need to go down the ladder to see what I'm even trying... I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish right now is the thing. Okay, just clearing the path, I guess. I mean, that's what I figured, but I wasn't sure what the path was, necessarily. Oh, I see. We're looking... Okay, I understand what's happening. It was like the perspective was making it confusing. Okay. The fucking amok crane game, dude. Foggers. No Dark and Darker tourney. I was gonna be in the Dark and Darker tourney, but I forgot that I had like a family dinner planned from like weeks ago. It was at the same exact time as the tourney, so I just dropped out of it. I just didn't really have time. Oh wait, that's the path. Okay, wait, that's the path where... I'm actually confused here. Oh wait, no, I see. I'm not confused. I see. I thought that I had to go the other way, but I don't. Puzzle's kind of tedious. Not gonna lie. Dude, you know what? I bet there was fucking loot over there, though. Along the other path. Hey, Crackaroo, thank you for the 19 months. Oh, 034520. I'm not sure. How that relates to the candles. Maybe it doesn't, maybe it does. What's up, Oro? Thank you for the 16 months. Yeah, I don't know about this one, guys. Not really sure how the candles, how this could relate to the candles that should be lit. But at the same time, well, there was a different pathway we could go. How have you been, Oro? Oh, hey, Eucalyptus Creeker, thank you for the 85 months. Dude, I'm surprised. I'm shocked that there was no... I thought there would be like a winch or a... I'm drawing a blank on what it's called, but we need... I was assuming there would be something here to open the shark's mouth further. Alright, well... I love how they're just like impossible to strafe. Come on, I need the double. Maybe it's up here. Just gaming. Have you been playing more Night Rain, or what have you been up to lately? The flight. The girl has grown up so much. She's read every book I've been able to get for her. One day, after returning the last one I'd lent her, Pride and Prejudice, she told me, "I think I would like to be a writer." My heart tightened into a knot. After much thought, I made up my mind. I made some preparations, and at night, I opened the prison door and asked Anna to come with me. She did so without a word. When we were on the hill, we could see the town illuminated by the moonlight. I handed her a backpack with rations and told her to flee. Follow the train tracks until she reached the nearest town. She looked at me confused and replied, "I can't go anywhere, Juan. I've seen it in my dreams. I must stay here. It's part of my destiny. I hope you understand I'm at peace. But if we could repeat these night walks now and then, I'd be infinitely grateful." Oh, shotgun ammo. Ninja Gaiden 4, nice. Yeah, I got sent a key for that. I haven't played it yet, though. I've heard it's alright. Not like... I haven't heard amazing things, but people say it's, like, fun. Thank you for the 15 months, Grey Bell. This is a shortcut? It is. Oh. Wait, shotgun pipe. Wait. What? Oh my god. Being blackmailed to play this game? The fuck, bruh? There's still this puzzle here. Is there a painting here, maybe? I don't know, there's 4 lights that need to be lit up, but I'm not sure. They're for the... Oh, right, I forgot I have this crossbow. No. Oh. Assuming it's just doing it in the right order. Oh, what does this guy have? Oh, it has a key on it. Oh, I see. Wait, base. Guess they don't go together. Hey, Cricket, thank you for the 38 months. Oh, shit. There it is. The jack. We need that. Okay, wait. We need to do the... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I do not want to die here. Gotta heal. Oh, that guy was really tanky. I have no ammo left for this gun either. Wait, what? Why is it not okay, now I'm even more confused. Why is it not turning green now? What? So confused. Oh, you need the light on it. Oh my god. Wait, I see. Oh, fuck. Wait, okay, I understand the puzzle. I mean, you kind of just... It's fine. You know, it's fine. I get it. Wait, what? Oh, you gotta hit it. The thing is, I can't equip this bow, so I don't think we can do it. Because one of the lady over there has a bow, which we don't have yet. So we need to match the pictures. And then what is this? I need to... I mean, yeah, I don't even think I can do that. Like, what am I supposed to fucking dance? Maybe I can find one of those, like, music boxes. I mean, it looks like it's standing on a music box, so... This is kind of tricky, chat. It's the shotgun. Not quite. Alright. Well, I think matching all the paintings is gonna drop the jack, which we can use to further open the shark's mouth in the basement. But we need to find... Isn't that controller arrow keys at the base of the box? I don't think you can emote, man. But either way, we don't have the... even if I can do the dancing one, we don't have the crossbow, so we still can't finish the puzzle. Unless I somehow can use, like, the bike. Of course. Okay, well, now I'm wondering, maybe we can do the puzzle, because I mean, I don't know where else to look is the thing. I feel like I've looked everywhere. You guys said there's arrows? Oh yeah, it's like a it's like a fucking D-pad. Or is that just... that seems... Oh my gosh. Okay. Haha! Yes! Can I actually grab it? Surprised I can reach that fucking thing. Alright. We need to go downstairs. We need to get to this elevator. Wait. What the fuck? Wait. What? Wait, you can fucking backstep? Oh my god. I didn't know you could do that. What is this in the warehouse? Hold on, I'm gonna go make a save because we haven't made a save in a while. We are gonna get sent like super far back if I don't make a save. How's the game? It's been good, man. I'm enjoying it. I think I can use one of the metal plates here. Actually, no, this is for a... Oh. So we need 3 metal plates. I guess we're gonna have to make one of them by combining with the base, probably. Yeah, it's a new Souls game. Radiology room. Wait, have I never gone there? Might have missed something. Maybe I can use the test tubes at the radiology room. Or maybe I can't even go in there. I probably can't go in there. Oh, I can. Never mind. Oh. Ew. Yeah, I played the first game. Well, So I guess somebody took the card then? I mean, I don't know. They like ripped them open so they could get to the plate, I suppose. There's no plate in here though. Wait, what about the slaughter room? Oh wait, no, we need the... Oh, we can't do that. Okay, well, let's just go... This isn't the right way, though. Oh my god, these fucking pipes. And the worst part is, like, as you get further away from them, they don't even get quieter. Like, okay, I would understand that, I feel like that one actually, the audio went down. Weirdly enough. Is that like the one functioning pipe? Wait a sec. How the fuck do I get to B3? Oh my god, I'm confused. Is it through reception? This is just a freaking dead end. I don't remember how I get to... I thought... I'm gonna freaking load the save. I'm so confused right now. Like, why is there no elevator fucking on the map here? Hello? Because I was gonna go to reception, but then I was thinking, like, there's no frickin'... It's not even on the map. All right, big shark. What is that locked door, though? Am I trying to go for a specific ending? Bro, I haven't beaten the game before. I don't know what endings there are. My first playthrough. That short... where is that shortcut? I don't know. I mean, we have 2 of the keys, but there's one that we're missing. There was the guy who got, like, ripped in half. No, it said there's an item in the guy that got, like, ripped in half, or an enemy of some kind. You're just wondering? Yeah, it's alright. No worries. But yeah, no, I don't know what endings there are. I haven't beaten the game yet. Same puzzle as Signalis. Well, you said the puzzle in Signalis, you need to take a screenshot. I don't see how... I can't take a screenshot. I don't even know what that means. I don't have a fucking camera. So, I don't think that's correct. You punch your... Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Not a clue. I can't interact with this. And I mean, his stomach... There's a cavity in his stomach, but it's... nothing's in there. The thing is, I mean... If the... Yeah, I fought one of these things earlier, but I didn't get the plate from that. I got the cassette tape. I feel like whatever is here, I'm like, this is what I need to do. So whatever this puzzle is, I need to figure it out. I feel like it's gotta be, but where could one of the enemies have it? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe the body. There's something here that I'm missing. There just has to be. Oh? Oh man. Everything needs to be facing up, but I'm always like one off. Oh my god, I'm gonna... Oh, this is so this is so confusing for me. Like I know what I need to do, but it's just I'm always one... The center is the problem. I need to use the corners. I'm just repeating. Like, I think I need... I actually had it. Yeah, that's great. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god, I'm so bad. I just, like, I know, I need a situation where there's 3, like, I need to press the corner to solve it. I'm almost certain. But maybe I'm... Oh, I got it. Okay, so... my only thought... Okay, I'm thinking... There's no body in here, though. So... I mean, there's no... There's no way to move this... Hi. Where? Okay. I feel like I need to solve the puzzle. I think we need to go into the mirror in that one area. But I don't know the solution for it. I think we go into the mirror and it's gonna set us into an alternate realm where we can burn the body. That's my guess. But we don't have the solution for the... Unless the solution is the numbers on the mirror. Which maybe it is. Maybe we just need to figure it out. Like 3:45:20. What does that mean? I don't know. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, chat. All right. Yeah, I can interact with the candles here. I don't understand this puzzle, really. Do you guys... Can I solve this right now? I feel like I have to be able to solve it. But maybe I... Oh, man, I don't know. I'm kind of stuck. Is it 12 candles? Hmm. I guess there's 3 candles that need to be lit, and you're thinking of this like a clock. Oh, yeah. I see. I think. Aha. I was being stupid. Another puzzle destroyed. Yeah. That chat helped a little bit with that one. Oh, no fucking way, bro. Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot. Because I need to... Yeah, you definitely need to... Oh man, you need to solve it for both sides. That's so fucking cursed. Shit, I don't know where this can go. Oh, never mind. I think I got it. This one has to go here. I'm pretty sure, but then... This one is still gonna block us. Can you leave one hanging? My God, you're so smart. Chat assisted playthrough. Dude, doing this without a screenshot would be awful, though. You, like, have to make it. 'Cause there's no way to look at, like, the layout of the other realm. Oh my God, what the fuck is that? What? And I might need to kill this guy, but... Wait, is that what the test... Oh my god. We have so much ammo for the crossbow. Holy shit. It is using the test tubes. Wow, that's so good. Okay, well... That's pretty pog. What is this toy for? I don't have a clue what I'm supposed to use this toy on. This is not what I thought the mirror realm was going to take me to. And I wasn't able to go... Okay, hold on. I don't know. The toy in the furnace? I guess so. Somehow that's going to give us the metal plate? I guess? That doesn't really make any sense, but... I think you're probably right, though. Where does this elevator go again? Oh yeah, back to the... I mean, you're definitely meant to... I mean, what else could I do right now? Like, you definitely need to burn the thing. Not really how I expected this puzzle to actually go. But the thing is, I can't... There's no interaction point here, so... I actually don't think I can burn it. Dude, I'm so confused. I put it in the monster's chest. No, there's no interaction point on the monster either. I don't fucking get it. I'm so confused. I thought that the mirror realm was gonna just take us to this area and then we would burn the body. Like I'm burning nothing. I don't get it. It's weird. What's weird as well is that there's this question mark at the VHS thing. VHS tape freezer, but... Like, do we need to put the VHS tape in and then go back to the freezer, maybe? Because it's still a question mark. I don't know. I'm so confused. I don't get it. You didn't look around the mirror realm? What do you mean there? I feel like I did, no? Yeah, I know there was something written on the boot. I mean, I'll go back to the mirror realm. Maybe there's something else I missed, but... I'm just wasting my time. Maybe not. I do feel like this area was really short. Oh my god. Okay. Well, yeah. You're right. You know what? You know what happened, chat? Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna blame chat, but it was kind of chat's fault. I was going to go check this area again, but then the guy in chat was like, you need to burn the toy. And I was like, you know what? Maybe you're right. You need to burn the toy. So then I fucking left. I got distracted. I was gonna go fucking check. I was gonna... Whatever, it's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Okay. Yeah, I guess that toy is gonna... I think I understand. That monster that we killed, who had the toy, is now going to be a body in the on the other side here. This makes a lot more sense. I mean, we are burning the toy, in a sense. But at the same time, the toy isn't... It's weird that the toy is the body. When... I feel like it would make more sense if you killed the enemy and then it dropped the toy. Rather than the toy just, like, being on the ground. Because it would make more sense then. Rather than the toy just inherently being linked to this thing. Time to die. Nice. Oh god. Don't hit me with that. Oh. No, switch the gun, dude. All right. What? Oh my god. I almost just fucking died there. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I'm gonna make a save. I'm gonna put these keys in first, though. Hopefully, like, enemies don't spawn or something. It'll be fine. Wait. What do you mean it doesn't fucking work here? Oh, does this one need to be What?
What do you mean it can't be used here?
Hey, Aristat, thank you for the 56 months. We're gonna open the doors and then we'll go make a save. Not gonna go inside though, because it might be like a boss fight or something. All right, progress, baby. Oh. Testing chamber for an old whaling harpoon. Shotgun ammo. Dude, those bodies are like monka shaking like crazy. Oh. Thought the lights went out for a sec. Oh. Well, time to use the crossbow. Nice. Well. That's okay. That's why we made a save. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you need to have him, like, slowed to hit him. I kind of feel like you probably don't. Maybe. I'm out of fucking nails, too? Holy shit. Excuse me? So funny. Wait, the crowbar is kind of insane. How did it get done so fast the first time? Did I get like a pipe crit? Crowbar crit? Forget that I can backstep. Kind of. I shot it 3 times with the crossbow. Did I before I piped him? Or crowbarred him? You sure? I thought that was the first time. I don't know. I'm confused. It's fine. What? You're still not... Okay, dude, this backstep is fucking dog shit. Like, the problem is you backstep, but then you're stunned for like 2 seconds, so you can't even fucking do anything. I'll use a bit more of my crossbow bolts. Dude, what do you mean? Bruh. All right. I'm locking in. Please die. Okay. Circular saw blade.
God damn it.
Can I pick this up? Is there any ammo in here, dude? I feel like I missed some, like, ammo pickups or something. Like, how is there only... Like, they give you 3 shotgun shots and that's it? Or 2 shotgun shots before the fight and that's it? I guess? Kind of brutal. Ooh, chainsaw. Okay. Oh, we finally opened this fucking door. Okay, I mean, that's great and all, but... Okay, surely something is gonna happen when I, like, leave or so. Because not... I still have no progression. Like, I killed that guy and I got a chainsaw, but... Unless... I guess I can use the chainsaw on something? Maybe? I have absolutely no idea where I'm supposed to go. Oh. And I already did this. Why is this a question mark? Unless, do I want? Saji, chill out, man. Maybe his cat is on his keyboard or something. I don't know. I'm gonna time him out for a little bit. All right. I don't understand. Maybe I can like cut through something. I'm gonna leave. Oh. Oh. Wait a second, though. Wasn't there another wooden something blocking somewhere? Shit. Maybe that was back outside. Well, I'm not sure what this question mark is that's marked. Oh, is it these pipes? I have absolutely zero idea. I'm not even sure how I just did a backstep. Weird. Oh. I'm wondering if this is... I want to see if I can get a bit more ammo, maybe. Unless maybe that's... Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go look over here first. Okay, maybe not. I changed my mind. I just don't really want to waste any ammo on enemies. I mean, we still have a good amount of ammo, I would say.
Damn.
Not bad. I'm just gonna run. There's a path in the sewers. We can't go that way though because it's too dark. Dude, oh my god, how far does this shit go? That dial. I'll be honest, I wasn't sure if I could actually go in there. I'm glad I checked, though. I thought that was a cosmetic door for a sec. A man also or woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them. Key? Club key. What the? Oh my god, lady. I don't even know if I can kill these guys. We need to find the map for this place, dude. The hell? Surprised you can even go back here. This is huge. Pointing straight ahead. Different kind of dial. Doesn't even look dark, man. Oh god, this place is confusing. Holy shit. Zodiac constellation plaques, okay. I want to go down the other stairwell over here. This fucking enemy is so stupid. Caroline Walker and Anna Wildberger. Why do Anna and I have graves here? I need to find her quickly. Oh, is this a shortcut? Nice. Please leave me alone. You dead? The little bells. I have fixed a small bell to the grave of the newly deceased arriving later today. The processing plant workers' family members insist on them whenever they bury a loved one. It's nothing more than a simple little bell connected via 3 meters of thin cord to the deceased index finger through a small hole in the coffin. If the deceased were to wake up and find themselves trapped inside the coffin, they could pull the cord and ring the bell, alerting us to their macabre awakening. Thankfully, in all my years here, I've never heard one ring. After the burial, when the relatives have returned home and the cemetery is silent, I take a moment to watch the bell. Stand there watching it mesmerized, attentive to the slightest movement. Nothing ever happens, of course. I hope it stays that way. Okay. Dude, what? What is going on with this guy? I'm so confused. Well, we need to find all the animal dials. Cemetery entrance. Is there a map for the cemetery at the start? know why I wasn't able to strafe that. Dude! What's this? Oh, I don't think we came here. Oh, there's a save here. Oh, you know what? I bet the map's in here. Statue was erected in memory of Pedro Fisher, patron saint of the fishermen. Patron saint of the fishermen of Villahat. Yesterday morning, tactical divers from the Chilean Navy announced the cessation of search operations for the bodies of two sisters identified by the initials CW and AW after 2 weeks of intensive but unsuccessful efforts. The two women, originally from Canada, had arrived in Villa Hess seeking spiritual guidance but met their deaths when their boat was caught in a storm. Mother Superior Lucia spoke to the press that same day and stated, "We are deeply saddened by the disappearance of the sisters, but we have faith in God and His universal plan. They came seeking help, and those who seek will find. I'm certain they will find what they were looking for in the kingdom of God." Yeah, they're talking about us. Oh my goodness, okay. This is a frickin' massive area, holy moly. I want to check the other part of the office. Aha, the map. Nice. No fucking way. Bro, my game just crashed. Oh, that's so fucking cringe, dude. I should have made a save, but... Damn, that's a really shitty crash. We were right there too, man. We could have made a save, but not like I knew it was gonna crash. Well, rip 15 minutes. Like half an hour. That's so lame, dude. I'm just annoyed because I have to call the fucking ghosts again, dude. They're so annoying. I think these have like fixed loot. That was such a bad spot to crash, man. We had just gone through like the whole fucking area. Just about to make a save too. probably not actually 30 minutes, but yeah. That sucks. It's the heal there. Am I gonna speedrun this game? No. Don't think so. Especially if it fucking crashes. The office was through that shortcut I opened, yeah. Alright. Oh no, the office was right here. Well, let's go this way first, I guess. I have a feeling, though, we're probably going to need something from the previous area that we had. Clouds parted and the sun at its zenith illuminated the bottom of the well. The first horseman, the one crowned during conquest, descended from heaven. The hour of the Trinity, the horsemen of famine descended to take from those who had spoken ill against God. The horsemen of war charged into the fray at the number of the devil, thirsting for the blood of the sinful. The last to arrive at the hour of the twins was the horseman of death who wrought the final destruction. What is with all these fucking, like, brick walls that just can't be broken? How'd you open the shark's mouth? You need the jack. Which you get from doing the painting puzzle. Well, we can't do this puzzle right now. We need the arm. Let's just go back and explore the rest of this area, I suppose. At least we have the map now. That'll help us a lot. Turtle dial. Oh, wait, maybe there's another one in here? The procession of the Sisters of the Convent has begun. Every year, on the same date, around 40 nuns make their way, painfully advancing on their knees, toward the tomb of Pedro, the founder of the town. They wear black garments that cover their entire bodies, and each carries a candle whose flickering light faintly illuminates the heavy iron masks that conceal their faces. The advance is slow, marked by the anguished laments of the sisters as they leave a long trail of blood in their wake. It is said that if any of their candles burn out completely before reaching Pedro's tomb, that sister will be brutally punished and expelled from the convent, as this ritual is meant to test their devotion and faith. The two long rows are led by Mother Superior Lucia, who without ever looking back sets a slow but steady and relentless pace for the procession. How many? We have 3 crossbow shots left. Great. Where the puzzle was. Not sure what's going on with this lady. There's not... What is she pointing at? Dude, what do you mean I'm in the dark? I can fucking see just fine. The teddy bear. I'm just going in circles. Let's go down. We still need to find one more of the animal dials. That's the other constellations. Oh. I like how she's like, I don't even want to think about opening these ones, but I'll open this one. Like what? From high above, the soaring creature spotted its prey on the dry plains below and dived to claim it with overwhelming speed. With its back on the sun-warmed earth, the creature's protection had become its undoing. No matter how it flailed its little legs, it was unable to move. Though the sun outside was at its zenith, the creature slept peacefully in its dark cave. With great joy, the panting creature found his friend and master, pouncing on him and kissing him madly. Cat, dog. Wait, what? Oh. Well, the turtle is upside down because it can't move. And the bat is probably also upside down, right? Dived to claim it with overwhelming speed. Okay, so, alright, I see. Slept peacefully in its dark cave. The panting creature found his friend and master. Okay. So, the bird is diving. So I assume that's just straight down. And the bat is also upside down. Because that's how they sleep. And then the dog is like jumping up. I don't know. I guess the only thing is maybe the bird isn't straight down. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's at an angle. Oh shit. Hand cannon. Thought she died and it's fine. Alright, I'm gonna go back and make another save. Because I don't want to have to get all these dials and do all this shit again. I don't know what's coming up. We have a lot of saves, so we might as well. The shortcut. I'm also scared now because of that crash. I mean, I've only crashed one time, but slightly concerning. Oh, I'm surprised she actually got me there. You know what, just die. I really don't want to deal with you, lady. This is just a shortcut too. Isn't this by the statue? Guess there's a door I didn't... Guess I could have just loaded my save file. There might be a path I missed in this area, it's looking like. On the other side here. Do I need to use the fucking chainsaw on the wall? What is with these fucking brick walls? Okay, yeah. No, the crowbar doesn't work on the walls. At least I tried it before and it didn't do anything. I'll try it again, but I don't think it works. That's what I thought too. Okay. I don't think we can do this puzzle yet. I don't think we can do this because we need the arm. One of the statues is missing an arm, which presumably we probably use this constellation disc piece for, but I don't know. I guess we'll go back to the area where we saw the constellation. We need to make all the constellations. Jesus, surely not. Do it where the statue points? That... I'm not sure what that even means. There's 6 constellations down here. But then there's also 6 more over here. Thing that I don't understand is there's nowhere to like put the disc. So am I just supposed to... There's no way you need to try all of them, bro. That's insane. That like there's got to be one specific one that we're going for. There was an area by the tree where you got the club key. Oh shit, you might be right. I'm gonna blast you to fucking smithereens, lady. That was probably overkill. I don't even know what kind of ammo this thing uses. Okay. Well, this is where we're supposed to use it, but the thing is, I don't know all this fucking constellation bullshit. Gemini. Gemini, the bottom left one. Top right. No, I think... Well, I just looked it up because I'm fucking... I don't know. I think it is the top right one. I mean, I figured it was in order, but at the same time, I guess like... Two... yeah. Well, that is literally the number 2. Okay, well anyways. Hold on, I'm taking a screenshot. The game really doesn't want to make some of these puzzles, like... Unless... Wait, can you... No. Alright, I think we're good. Pretty sure. Come on. Work. I think it worked. Oh, it's the guy. We saw this guy. The pointing statue, the bridge, and then the nooses. These are all locations we've been. Okay, that's definitely a... Oh. Okay. Alright, well, we used the metal detector in those locations. Was the first one the trees? Oh no, the statue and then the trees. Or maybe you don't have to do it in order. Okay, though. Ah. Okay, I see. Yeah, I don't think we had to do these in order necessarily. That's okay, though. I'm gonna make a save. Should've went the other way. I'm gonna go the other way. I was gonna say, I don't know how you're supposed to know which one goes where, but I think they all have the same... Actually, I don't know. Do they all have the same letters? No, they don't. Hmm. I'm gonna try to do Pedro. Is there an O on this one? I think this one has an O. Unless it was a D. Okay. Oh! "1927 Discovery of the Hertz runes by German doctor and corvette captain Pedro Hertz Hess, after whom the runes are named." "Congratulations on getting accepted into the convent, Lucia. Do you remember the story I used to tell you? Well, look what I found, how young your father was back then." Where's the shortcut? Ah, nice. That's pretty pog. Okay, I'm kind of feeling like I should... Feeling like I should go make a save. Well, there might be like a boss here or some... What? Saved the game. Huh? How did I just get that achievement? What do you mean? It's weird. Saving a certain amount of times. I love how there's always somebody who wants to come up with some sort of explanation. What if it's just bugged? Didn't say save the game 20 times. Because you asked? I mean, fair, I guess, but... Yeah, I played Tormented Souls. Oh, I wish there was more candles in here. I want to like fully light up the room, man. It's better than nothing. There's a verse marked in this book, and many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Oh, nice. We got the sword for the... Oh, shit. Let's try out this chainsaw. This is so janky, dude. What the fuck? My god, that dodge. I mean, it's okay. The shotgun honestly still seems like the best gun, though. Truthfully. Well, or maybe the hand cannon. I wasted one of my hand cannon shots, which I definitely shouldn't have done, but I'm sure it's alright. Hey, Parkeezy. Yeah, the crossbow's good. I'm like out of ammo for it now, though. Not sure if I'm gonna really get more. Wait a second. Gosh, what? Alright, I need to like write down this puzzle or something here. First horseman crowned. Okay. Famine. Horseman of war. Horseman of death. that looks like the Horsemen of Death. Unless they all have skulls. No, they don't. Okay, the first one has a crown. But the thing is, okay, wait a sec. I don't Shit. Why couldn't they just put the fucking puzzle thing, like, down there? It's toxic as fuck. I don't see how this puzzle really indicates the direction of the swords. Damn, I don't get this puzzle at all. Hold on, let me reread this. The hour of lamentation has come. The hour. Okay, so maybe we are thinking of it like a clock again. But these devs really like their fucking clocks, don't they? Hour of the Trinity. Okay. Oh, at the number of the devil. You know, for some reason, I was focusing on everything except what was relevant. The hour of the twins? Is that 8? Oh, 11. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was thinking 8 because, like, yeah, no, 11. 11 makes way more sense. I was thinking 8 because of, like, the halves. Well, it's either 11 or 8. I assume this is famine. Can be 22. There's no fucking 22 on a clock. What are you even talking about? Well, I mean, there's yeah, you can do 24 hours, but that's not what that's not what I mean. Hour of the Twins. Twins means 2. There's two ones in the number 11.
My child, come. Won't you join your sister?
No thanks, Lucia. Come on, Anna. It's time to go.
She doesn't hear you. She is lost in her devotion.
Anna, it's me. Come on. Snap out of it.
See, Anna. Be joyful. Your prodigal sister has returned.
Oh, Anna. What did she do to you?
Do not be downhearted. Look at you both. I have erased the years between you. The Wildberger twins are identical once more, and nothing can stand in the way of your destiny. We should rejoice. Hail Nautilus!
Hail, Nautilus. Why is she acting that way? What did you do to her, you psycho?
I simply gave her something to tame that unruly Wildberger spirit. Submit to me, and you can share in the blessing of divine grace.
You old witch. Listen to me carefully. If you harm her...
Do not threaten me, foolish child. Anna is infected with the puppet virus. She is under my will. See?
Caroline? Is that you? I don't know what's happening to me. Help me, please.
Enough. Step back, Caroline. Neither of us wants to see Anna's blood spilled. Not in
I
this.
feel like Anna's kind of like I
Don't
feel like
worry.
she's just baiting.
I'm gonna
She
fix
needs
this, okay?
Anna.
Just hold on a little longer.
Oh, nice one. Oopsies, fell down a giant hole. Oh. Time for the quad. Oh, maybe not. Is that even fucking working, dude? Dude, what the fuck is this? Are you serious? There's some like scripted thing that I have to do. This is fucking Dude, I feel like I need to redo this fight. I literally used everything. I don't... You know what? Do you even do damage when he's on the ground, do you think? Like, maybe... I don't know. I don't have any chainsaw ammo, though. Oh. Now my game's soft locked anyways, so we have to restart. Cool. That's great. I don't know, this is like a Resident Evil boss where you have literally no idea what's happening. Like, am I even damaging him? What is the kill condition? Like, maybe all I have to do is just kill the enemies. Or maybe Hmm. Oh my god, I didn't even get the arm yet. Whatever. I'm going the right way. Didn't I save after this? No. Alright, we'll finish the puzzle and then we'll make a save. Hey, Osiris, thank you for the 9 months. Hey, Mysterium. This is such a long cutscene. "20-second long cut." Oh wait, maybe I could have been moving during that actually. I don't think that is a cutscene. Try this again. Alright, time for the fucking worst boss fight ever. Wait, my chainsaw actually has a ton of ammo now. Oh, well, that's good, I guess. I didn't waste my chainsaw. I don't even remember when I... Oh, no, I do remember. Okay, yeah, the chainsaw I think is gonna help us a lot here. This is good. The thing is, like, what if... I feel like he has to go through all the phases, so, like, it doesn't matter... I don't know, man. I feel like this is some scripted fucking bullshit where, like, you don't even want to hurt him when he's on the ground. But, like, what if you only have to kill the enemies? But it's like, if they're gonna do that, why do they make him stay on the ground for so long? I don't actually, I think it is scripted, but you have to do a set amount of damage, so there's no point in shooting him with anything, hitting him with anything other than the pipe. Did my shotgun not actually hit her? No f***ing way, dude. No way, dude. Like teleported into me. All right. We did it. Are we still in green health? We are. All right, nice. That was definitely better though. Like, we have all of our chainsaw ammo left. We have the hand cannon. That was kind of a dumb fight though, because there's literally 0 point in shooting him when he's on the ground. It does nothing but waste your ammo. Classic fucking Resident Evil bullshit. I gotta say, I love the Resident Evil games, but their like hit indication and fight progression design is horrible. Like, Resident Evil has so many fucking bosses where it's like, oh, the boss is doing this animation, so it takes no damage, or it can't be killed, or fucking other bullshit like that. And there's no way to tell how much health a boss has, and like, unless there's a phase, like multiple phases to it. I don't know. It's like frightening when you you play through like a Resident Evil game casually, and then you start routing it for the speedrun, and you use a tool to like show the health of the boss, and the bosses are just like randomly heal themselves for no fucking reason, or you know, like certain like I said, certain animations you can't hit them, or yeah, there's just like no way to know unless you really like test it. Because when that boss right now got knocked down, he wouldn't get back up until you did enough damage. So he'll actually just lay on the ground forever. There's no point in doing anything other than melee. Unless you're trying to like speedrun, of course, I guess. Alright, anyways. I'm gonna go get some water. That boss was kinda not my favorite boss. Alright, I'm back. Hey, Salve, thank you for the Prime sub. I don't know how what I said translated into your mind as Resident Evil sucks, but, you know, whatever, man. Oh my gosh, what is this room? Oh my gosh. Does it... Not sure these are the batteries it uses, but... Wait, what? Okay. Alright, let's get rid of the flashlight. Well, that's nice. Can finally break stuff in the dark. Actually, there's a spot we can go to now. Like a school. Oh shit, we're going to the school now? I think I know where to... Wait a sec. No. God dang it. I need to go check in there. Oh. Going back down. Didn't you play this yesterday? Yeah. I did. Oh. Oh, nice. Okay, sweet. So... Now we just go... this way. Almost dead? What? Oh, I was like, thought for a second this wasn't the way. I was really worried for a second. This fucking guy. Oh, what the hell's happening here? Please don't tell me you killed this person too. Told you these people are possessed, it was either him or me. Look, this whole it was him or me thing, you know, it's starting to wear thin, right? How dare you? Haven't you killed to defend yourself too? If I'm a murderer, then so are you. It's not the same. The things I've killed were no longer human. They were once, though. Who are you to take their lives? Don't start. I don't have time to discuss who does and doesn't deserve to get popped. I need to get to the school. Do you know the way? All roads to the school are closed, but there's a route from the commercial district through some old tunnels that run beneath the town. And where's the entrance to the tunnels? I've seen people go into the butcher shop and not come out for many hours. Some don't come out at all. Try in there. Sledgehammer, okay. Well, surely that is what... Wait, what did it... What... I was a little distracted by the sledgehammer. Where did he say? Oh. Where did he say people come out from? Like one in ear... Went in one ear and out the other. The butcher shop? Oh, okay. Maybe there's a wall we can break down in the butcher shop. That's probably it. I can't really remember. I imagine that's the case. Okay. Guess I went backward. Yeah, it's funny that they say easily breakable and then it's like the fucking end of the game when you get the damn thing. Easily breakable my ass. Where am I? Damn, this thing is strong though. This is like the frickin' great knife. There was a breakable wall in back this way. I want to go check. Also, I think there's loot there. Yeah, the burial chamber, exactly. Probably some like ammo or loot there. Oil nail drum. Okay, well that's great. I have no ammo for the damn thing, so doesn't really do much for me, but hey, you know what? It's alright. We'll make a save here. Haven't made one in a while. We actually went through a lot of our saves. I definitely made more in the cemetery than I needed to.
I knew it. I knew Lucia was behind all of this. She's done something to my sister. I don't know what kind of witchcraft she's using, but she has total control over Anna's will. This place is sinking deeper and deeper into evil. Even the dead won't stay in their graves. I found another of Anna's drawings. This one shows somewhere I think is in the school. I'm gonna try and find it.
Alright. Well, I'm not really sure how to get to the school. Probably just a brick wall in the butcher shop like we were saying. Leave me alone, asshole. I like how there's a lot of different weapons in this game. I still can't believe they got rid of the great knife from us in Silent Hill 2 Remake. That genuinely makes me want to, like, replay the game way less. I know it's stupid, but man, I fucking love the great knife in Silent Hill 2. Check other brick walls. Yeah, that's the plan, man. What do you think we just did? We just went to an optional brick wall and got an upgrade for our weapon. Alright. We need to go to the butcher shop. Wait a sec. I guess you have to go down. There is one brick wall at the start of the game, though. Maybe we should go there. But I also wonder if we're gonna have to go back there later. It could also just be... I don't remember if there's any brick walls in this area. I think that would be marked, probably. We have a short... I'm pretty sure there are other brick walls, but I can't really think of them off the top of my head. I know that there's one at the church, though. But we don't have the... Yeah, like, we don't have the key. I don't remember if I can even get back to the... Oh, I guess I can. The melee weapon that smashes through the gate. I don't think... I mean, there's like a keyhole, so I don't... Also have no idea how to get there. Probably from... That's probably from the other entrance. All the way down the corridor. My God, we're finally doing it, guys. The fucking easily breakable wall. Yeah, this wall is so fucking bait. It really is. Especially because they give you things that could realistically break it. Like, you get a pipe, okay? You could break, like, a damaged brick wall with a pipe fucking easily. And same with, like, you have the crowbar. I mean, maybe not like a fully constructed brick wall, but it's already half damaged. Bitch. Three hits to kill him. Sister Irene's condition is getting worse. The poor woman is vomiting a nauseating green liquid, though she hasn't eaten a thing in days. The skin on her face is peeling away and her flesh is being torn from the inside out. Beneath her blanket, something stirs at her feet, but none of the sisters have dared to look at what it is. Mother Lucia says that God tests us to strengthen our faith because he has seen in us the merit required to enter the kingdom of heaven. And for those who waver in their faith, God has fates worse than death prepared. I must not waver. Crazy religious people, man. Dormitories. Ah. I hope they don't wake up as well. Oh, gasoline for the saw. Nice. Oh, there's so much loot here, dude. Duct tape. Seal leaks. Okay. Maybe we needed to come here for something. Okay, I feel like we got everything in there. What's up, Higgy? Alright, well that was super worth it. We got so much loot there from that. I don't want to make a save, but I don't know. I've used so many, I'm not sure I want to. Is there a way down here? Oh yeah. Welcome back. Okay. All right, to the butcher shop. Wait a sec. What's down south here? Is there anything I can break over here? No. No brick wall. We gotta go down. How much shoddy ammo do we have? 7? That's pretty good. Aha! Sure which way I want to go. Show yourself. I fucking dare you. Why do you fucking do that, dude? Okay. I'm just gonna use the crossbow on these guys because we actually we have 4 shots. It one-shots the ghosts. I need to make a save file, man. Oh, maybe here. Oh. Maybe not. Save me.
Hold on! Get back from the glass! Damn! What kind of glass is this? Come on! Think, Miguel! You can do this. Screw it. Well, would you look at that? You're okay. Just breathe. You're all good.
Seriously? You just shot up the control panel?
I'll be honest with you, Caroline. I was struggling to get that thing open. That's why I had to go for my lead-based workaround strategy.
You're crazy. But thank you for not getting me killed.
Anytime. Have you got anything else you need me to brainstorm?
Fuck no. I do have a question for you though, Miguel. But I need you to know up front that I'm aware you're gonna think I'm crazy.
Ask away. We'll be crazy together.
What year is it?
It's 2008.
Oh, God damn it. I knew it. I knew it. Somehow I was trying to convince myself that all this madness was just in my head. A twisted old maniac. I hate her.
Problem? Listen, now that I think you're crazy, I may as well tell me the whole story.
My real name is Emma Wildberger. At least it was up until the age of 10. But I've got no memories of my life up to that point. After that, I became Caroline Walker. And that's when my earliest memories start. At a children's home in Canada, getting adopted by a local family. I studied, I grew up, I became a teacher. I had a normal life. And one day I received a strange letter and everything changed. There was something about that letter. I was compelled to search out the sender. I traveled to a distant island and found this sprawling, rundown mansion, and I learned that this is where I'd spent those missing 10 years of my life. It was like this place. Everything was wrong, and I'd grown up there with my identical twin sister, Anna, until somehow I escaped with my life. Being back at that mansion as an adult, it unlocked something inside of me. Some power that lets me access other times and dimensions. Dark places filled with torment and suffering.
Torment.
So I used the power. I traveled to the past to when Anna was only 10 years old, and I brought her back to the present to save her from that nightmare. Now I can't shake the feeling that I just made things so much worse. If today is 2008, then that was 14 years ago. That was when I brought Anna here. Since then, Mother Lucia has kept my poor sister a prisoner. Well, she somehow froze me in time to stop me from aging. She's got some insane plan for us. It needed Anna and I to be the same age. And now that it's done, we're in more danger than ever. Whatever I do, I can't change Anna's destiny. No wonder she hates me. What am I gonna do?
There's no point in blaming yourself now. When you're trying to save a loved one, you do whatever it takes. Just focus on your mission. You can fix the family stuff later.
Thank you, Miguel. That's actually very sensible advice.
See? I'm not just about busting caps.
I do see that now. I'm gonna go save my sister.
Good luck.
Bustin'
I'm headed
caps.
this way. I got my own thing going on.
Right. And what exactly are you gonna do?
Whatever it takes, of course.
The hour has come. Those who have received the gift of purple skin are to mark the door frames of their dwellings with the sacred all-seeing symbol in blood. Those without the mark are not worthy to inherit the new world we are about to create. Villa Hess will be decimated, and the suffering of its people will feed the egg of Nautilus, which is on the verge of hatching. Everything is now ready. Who hit us with a pipe? Yeah, who knows? I guess we forgot about that already. This is where I came in, right? Oh my god, I'm so fucking confused. Okay. I want to go back down. I feel like there's a save file or something we missed down there. It's just confusing as fuck, because now we just, like, spawned here and... Hello? Okay. We were in here before. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, all right. Right, this was the shortcut we opened up. You get stuck on shit in this game so easily. Kind of annoying. Is it fixed now? Oh, there we go. That was a weird bug. It's like the camera wasn't adjusting itself for some reason. No, it's supposed to. That damn Colonel Holland's dogs have discovered my location. He trained them well. I'm not an easy man to track down. Being unexpectedly contacted by his agents makes me uneasy, like I'm being played with. Been going from town to town, try not to leave a trace. What if the Colonel didn't find me recently, but has been following me this entire time? Thought gives me chills. Holland knows I'm retired. Why the hell does he have to bother me? Stubborn old man. He won't go away until he gets what he wants. Radios are on, but they have no signal. And I would really like to make a save file. Oh, we're here. This is where we got knocked out before, I think. This room has, like, the worst camera angles ever, I swear to God. It's, like, so confusing the shit out of me. Okay, maybe they're not actually that bad, but... Okay. This way. Alright, we gotta go up that ladder. I think. Super hype for RE9. Me too, man. RE9's gonna be sick. Train station. Where's my light? Hello? Oh. Oh. Goodbye. That cursed old woman set a trap for me. She altered the words of the dark book, and instead of bringing my beloved Amelia back to life, the spell I recited called out to the dead to come and take me to hell. It's only a matter of time before they find me. I have no escape. Even if I turned my ears into wings and flew away, I could not escape their pursuit. Lucia, you will not get away with this. Your fate is in the hands of that annoying woman with blood-red hair. I've seen in her gaze the fire of someone willing to do anything to save a loved one, a fire that will turn your deepest desires to ashes. Amelia, forgive me. Where they are taking me, you cannot enter. Came in contact with a woman who was different from the rest of the people here. For a brief moment, I thought she was a local, but she turned out to be a foreigner. She's got deep red hair and one eye is covered in a patch. She's attractive, sure, but her attitude is something else. She's looking for a little sister and thinks the girl might be at the processing plant. Just escaped from there, and it was a slim chance I made it out alive. Best of luck to her. What the hell's going on here? This whole town reeks of rotten fish, and everyone except the redhead wants me dead. Senile old man, you owe me one. Pop Fizz. Oh, save file? Oh, look. The Resident Evil herbs. RGB. Well, I can't actually make a save here. But we got tapes. Oh, we unlocked this door. Nice. Okay. Maybe over here? Maybe in the train? Yes. Here we go. Got 7 save files. I haven't saved in fucking forever. Like, how long has it actually been, dude? We've done so much stuff since the last save. 25 minutes. You hold this letter in your hands, Mother. I am deeply sorry. It means that I was unable to continue, unable to endure, and I am no longer with you. Mother Lucia inspected the sores on my skin, pointing out the various symbols they made. She said that they were marks of a warlock and that I am cursed. Soon he will take control of me, body, mind, and heart. The Mother Superior warned me that this warlock would commit acts too horrific to be spoken of. As I slept last night, a terrible nightmare came to be, and when I opened my eyes, I was in the middle of the forest, my body aching, miles from home. Mother, I cannot allow this evil to consume me or corrupt my soul. There is only one way to escape its grasp. I promise to watch over you from the heavens above. All my heart, your dearest Amelia. See if there's anything up this way. Amelia. Hold on, there's loot. I see it. Gotta go get the loot. And we have a lot of gasoline now. Hey, caught him. Thank you for the 41 months, buddy. Welcome back. Thank you, dude. And what is that sound, dude? Fucking birds are going crazy. Dude, I have like geese outside my house, chat, that are so fucking annoying. Every night they just honk like crazy. Honk, honk, honk. Right. Dude, geese suck, man. I like ducks, though. Like, the sound of ducks quacking is kind of peaceful. But the sound of fucking geese honking is, like, terrible. I am a geese hater, dude. They're fucking... They're so... Dude, they're like so stupid. I swear. They all sit in the pond and they just honk at each other like... It's like they have like fucking honk wars in the fucking pond outside our house. It's like one of them honks and then they all just start honking. It's like they're trying to honk the hardest or something, dude. With deep regret, we inform our readers that the Hess Daily will be closing its doors indefinitely. This difficult decision follows the recent passing of our director, an irreparable loss that makes it impossible to continue working at the newspaper. Given the current situation in Villa Hess, we urge all residents to consider vacating for their safety. According to the latest official notice, the last train will depart from the local station tomorrow, Thursday at 12:30 p.m. After this time, the station will close indefinitely and there will be no further train arrivals or departures until further notice. We bid our readers farewell with the hope that one day, Villa Hess will regain its vitality we all fondly remember. Farewell and thank you for all allowing us to be parts of your daily lives. This keeps happening. Well, this... Okay, I'm gonna go over here because this building seems smaller. I think it's better to loot this first. Boom. That is very slow for breaking stuff. I spoke with the colonel. He wants me to investigate a ghost town in southern Latin America. Satellite imagery has detected unusual levels of radiation in the area, indicating nuclear weapons manufacturing or testing. I asked him why he couldn't send someone else, but he said the mission was only for me. Initial research has indicated that the locals who left the town suffered from conditions commonly associated with radiation exposure, like cancer. I asked him what would make me want to take on the mission, knowing the risks, and without saying a word, he pulled a brown folder from his ridiculous raincoat and tossed it in front of me. There was a photo of a woman. I leave for Chile at 5 o'clock. I'm gonna use the crowbar for breaking these. Oh, cassette tape. Man, can we get some more batteries so I don't have to keep swapping them out, dude? Maybe there's batteries in here. I feel like that's everything. Felt like there was something more. Wasn't there a hole in the wall? I don't think so.
Tell me about your sister's drawings. What have the doctors said?
None of them have any clue. I'm not even sure they believe me.
Well, tell me then. What happens when Anna starts to draw?
She starts out fine. Just a normal 10-year-old girl drawing a picture. And you can watch her mind drift off somewhere else. Her eyes roll back. She's not even looking at the paper, but she's drawing these terrible things. And then, just as suddenly, she's back in the room, behaving like nothing had happened.
Caroline, you know her better than anyone. Is there a chance she's faking these trances? Acting out for attention?
Absolutely not.
How can you be sure? After everything she's been through. It would be a miracle if there weren't behavioral problems.
Last month in art class, she painted a child who was cut in two. When the teacher asked her who was in the painting, she pointed at one of her classmates. I just found out that boy's funeral is next week. He fell on the tracks at the subway and went under a train.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. But what are you suggesting? that the things Anna draws are becoming real?
I don't know. Maybe she's making these things happen. Manifesting her own reality. I know it sounds crazy, but so far enough of her drawings have come true that I'm starting to wonder it. The school wants her gone. The other kids are terrified of her. I'm desperate. I don't know what to do.
Okay. I may have a solution. There's a residential facility I know of where they specialize in helping young people with unusual problems. A place called Villa Hess. It's located in a remote village in the south of Chile. Some of these methods are unconventional, but their results are second to none.
Please. I trust you, Isabella. Can you get these people to treat my sister?
Well, it's a relatively small unit, and usually there's a long waiting list. But as it happens, I know the senior clinician there, Mother Lucia. If Anna agrees, I could fast-track her into a room there next week.
Subtitles? Yeah, subtitles would be nice. Oh, jeez. Alright, let me just... No, I didn't mean to do that. Take all the batteries out again. So I can use my fucking flashlight. Are enemies here? Hello? Anyone home? I don't like that doll. No way to get over there. Rubik's Cube. Need to find the map for the school. Stat. I wish there were more ways to like light up the rooms. Music How much ammo does this freaking thing hold? 68. Base dead. A pig with a knife? I was concerned about the growing number of school absences, especially among children around 10 years old. I tried to reach out to the parents for an explanation, but none of them wanted to talk to me. I asked the classmates of the children who stopped attending school, and they told me that the children had to go away after being constantly bullied due to the smell of their clothing, the strong odor of fish. That was it, the link between the absences. All the children's parents were employed at the fishery. Xylophone. Sorry, little guy. Locked. Oh, we can get the power going, maybe? We need fuses. I feel like I missed the map for this area. Last night I heard the ominous song of the tutu circling the house. Desperately, I threw open the window and called its name 3 times with a firm voice as Mother Lucia had instructed me. The bird immediately stopped singing. The next morning, a man in a wheelchair appeared at the front door. With a deep, measured voice, he asked if he could come in for a cup of milk. I agreed, still shaken by his presence. Once he finished drinking, he stared at me intently. "What do you want me to do for you?" he asked. I replied without hesitation. I didn't want to waste his time. "My wife can't have children," I said. "We've tried everything. I want my wife to become pregnant." The man frowned disapprovingly. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small glass filled with a dark liquid. He handed it to me and said, "Immediately after you place your seed in her womb, your wife must inhale this liquid through her nose." I nodded nervously and took the vial. After he left, I started thinking about how I would explain this to Magdalena. I'll have to tell her the doctor gave me some medicine. I hope with all my heart that this works. The fuck? there any other pathway over here? Came through that door. Oh man, this place is... dude, I need a freaking map. Up. You want a spoon? Feel like I don't have whatever he wants. Been 11 years since Caroline and Anna died. This place is unrecognizable. The sun's rays no longer break through these gray eternal clouds. A thick, foul-smelling fog arrived one morning and never left. The suicide and homicide rates have skyrocketed in recent years, along with the diagnosis of cancer. Most of the townspeople have abandoned Villa Hess. Only a few stubborn residents remain, along with the fishery workers who don't seem to care about anything that's happening around them. They go to the fishery silent and hunched over. They finish their shifts and return home, their clothes and skin reeking of rotten fish. Oh god, I can't even remember the last time I heard a bird sing in this place. Now all I hear is the cawing of crows. Yo, Walsey, thank you for the 79 months. Chiaro, thank you for the 72 months. Oh, I can't cross this gap. So I'll keep going. Oh. I guess I'll keep going forward, but never mind. Okay, there must have been a path I missed back this way, along with the map. Unless the map is like partway through the level. Definitely feel like there's a path I missed somewhere. Went that way. Went to this room. Oh my god, this game, bro. This fucking game. It crashed again, dude. Uh. So fucking annoying, dude. It's like, I just... Fucking bullshit, man. This shit is so lame, dude. They really gotta fix these crashes. It's like actually starting to really annoy me. I mean, I've lost like 30 minutes of like game time now because of crashes at least. We just explored that entire school section thoroughly and now I have to do it all over again. Go get all those fucking items again, pick up all the notes. Hmm. Alright, it's okay. Go get the loot again. No, I just, well, I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm just redoing everything I just did. I mean, I don't know. I'm muted, I'm just not talking. Actually, I think I need to kill these guys. Hey, Milo, thank you for the 54 months. Thank you, dude. That's weird, though. Every time it's crashed, it's been when I've picked up a map. Just don't pick them up, yeah. Got the apple seeds. Yeah, you're right. I don't think there was anything else here. Or from the note, I guess. Alright. Surprised there's no, like, shortcut. Yeah, that door is blocked. Save file? How much shoddy ammo do we have? 10? Oh my gosh. Wolf, thorns, and... Not sure what's up with that. They'll have no idea what the wire is used for. I feel like I don't know, I guess maybe it's used for something super late game, or... Oh. It's complete madness, and yet deep down, I feel I must believe her. The conviction in Caroline's voice as she recounted what happened on that island didn't sound like someone making up a story. Did Caroline really rescue her 10-year-old twin sister from the past? I met Anna the other day and I cannot deny the resemblance, even though Caroline is 14 years her senior. The disturbing drawings that Anna creates become real. The parents of her classmates have complained multiple times and the principal has threatened to expel her. The other students call her a witch. Poor Anna. How could anyone make friends with children their own age if they are all afraid? If anyone can help these sisters, it's Mother Superior Lucia. I don't know where to go because the kindergarten door is locked. This, I can't go through here because it's water. I can't go through here because it's water. This door is blocked. The elevator is also blocked. I guess we can do the puzzle with the teacher. No idea what he wants, though. The elevator had a panel. Yeah, but I don't have anything to put. Also, doesn't it? It looks like it's blocked off by wood. Is this thing even gonna work? I guess it does. Oh, maybe... I feel like I'm supposed to use the spoon and the wire. Like I'm making a connection with this thing, but it doesn't work. I don't know. Okay. So I think we need to go to the music room. And play Face Dead. Or maybe we just play it anywhere. Where's Where's the C though? Oh, right. C is green. Okay. Okay, we probably have to go the music room, I guess. Do I need to play it here? This guy's like listening. Oh my god. Where can this thing take me, though? It can take me to the basement. Down to the dungeons we go. Oh. Thought I was making progress, but I guess not. Dude, what do you mean? Okay, well, I guess we have... Alright. That's fine. I think we have to do the puzzle with the guy who wants something. I can't go to floor 2, though, right? I'm pretty sure I need... Oh, no, I can. Okay, I don't know what those other fuses are for. Providing light, I guess? Looks like there's light here, though. parts of. Strong will devour the weak. Seems like we have to go this way. Hey, Yathlin. What's up, buddy? I can actually go out this? This is a big school. Oh, nice. We got the shortcut. Thought there was an item there, but it's just the shiny lever. Gotta be something else in here, right? Maybe not. Maybe it's... I mean, it might just be a room for heals. Guess so. Dude, I have like so much ammo now though. This is just absurd. .68 automatic nailer, 14 shotgun rounds, 360 gas, 44 nails, 5 crossbow shots. Memorial for deceased children. There are so many names. Wonder if this is a puzzle. Electronically locked. Oops. Yeah, I've been enjoying this game a lot. The only downside is sometimes it's been crashing for me, which really sucks. And for all these dolls to wake up. Computer lab key. Maybe that's the door that was in the basement. Kind of weird they have a computer lab, so... seems like it. Compared to Killing Antidote? Well, Killing Antidote really isn't comparable to this, because the perspective of the game is completely different. Yeah, I think we just go down the elevator. It's gotta be there. The locked door in the officer's room. The what? Oh. Yeah, the director's office. Well, we're gonna check this first. Maybe it's there, though. Yeah, this is the computer lab. Okay, Soul Reaper. Also, Uncle Drew, thank you for the 69 months. Thank you, man. Finish checking the... Since Caroline and her sister came here, things have changed. The locals have become quiet and ill-tempered. Well, the workers at the fishery were always irascible, to say the least, but now there's something in the air that seems to be affecting the mood of the entire town. Never heard that word, irascible. There's an absence of laughter from the children during recess. I've had to deal with increased cases of depression, even anger issues, in children as young as 6 or 7. The previous school psychologist recorded far fewer incidents. I swear even the birds have stopped singing. What is happening here? I did not want to shoot him twice. Tried to switch to the pipe, but it didn't work. That's okay. We have 13 ammo anyways. What's the door? Kill who? His son? You want the apple seeds? I'm gonna look over this way first. The path goes pretty far. Boom. How much ammo do you think this thing can hold? 70. Nice. We have so much ammo. We're like a fucking walking army at this point. What do you mean the chainsaw can't be used on the fucking wood? Fuck you. Fuck off. What do you mean? What is it then? Fuck off, game. That is bullshit, bruh. Okay. You have a crowbar? I also have a fucking chainsaw! Have I been here? No. Oh. Who the hell is this guy?
Whoa. Thank you. You saved my life.
Caroline? Is that you?
Isabella? What are you doing here?
This is a miracle. I thought you were dead.
No, I'm fine, Isabella. Look at me.
But you drowned. I've seen your grave.
I've seen it too. In the town cemetery.
That's right. The grave next to Anna's. I place fresh flowers there every week.
Well, thanks for that, but obviously I'm not dead. And I've seen Anna today, and she was very much not dead either, so I don't know who's buried there.
It's just a stone. There was a storm, and you were lost at sea. They never recovered your bodies.
Where is all this coming from?
Lucia told me. Not long after you got here, you and Anna were on a boat that sank. I was devastated. I came here for the funeral and never went back.
Nobody sank, Isabella. That scheming old fraud just needed us to disappear.
I can't believe it. I'd often take walks around the graveyard with Lucia to clear my mind. I'd break down in front of your grave and beg for forgiveness. She'd be stood right there, watching me, and never say a word.
Well, I can believe it. That woman's completely unhinged.
Caroline, you have no idea how sorry I am. I truly believed Lucia could help you and Anna.
She is fucking crazy,
Not
lady.
her fault. She had a lot of people fooled.
No, but it sort of is my fault, though. You see, Lucia is my sister.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, Caroline. She wasn't always like this. I watched her dedicate her life to helping people. But that all changed.
There's a
when she
cat
got to
picture
this
on the
town.
wall.
It's like something corrupted her from the inside. When I think of the sacrifices she asked of me, I'm filled with shame and regret. But seeing what she's become, it's too much to bear. How can I ever make amends?
I don't know, Isabella. But if you want to make a start, help me find Anna. Look, she left me a drawing of this room. Do you recognize it?
Anna drew this?
Yes. Are you all right? What does it show?
This looks like the archives room. It's in the director's office, but you shouldn't go there, Caroline. That thing she's drawn is Pighead. He's the twisted creature that's been killing the children
Pighead.
and locking their souls in inanimate objects. I set traps for it, and it's too clever and too powerful. If you see this thing, just run. Promise me.
Listen, Granny, I got like 20
Thank you for your
shotgun
advice.
bullets, 400 gasoline,
need to find my
50
sister no
nails,
matter
100
what.
auto nails, 5 crossbow
I
rounds,
understand. Please, be careful, Caroline.
2 cannon
That
shots.
thing is lurking in this school. Watch your back at every moment.
You should leave, Isabella. There's nothing more you can do here.
No, I have to stay.
55
can I
burgers,
make up for what's
55
happened?
fries.
Yeah. I understand. Goodbye, Isabella.
that clip's always so fun. All right. What have I done? His face. Dear God, his face. I swear he looked right at me with what I thought was an eye. It was surrounded by folds of flesh that bore no resemblance to a human face. Magdalena is dead. She didn't survive the birth. My son has stolen her life. I have sacrificed too much to have him. I must not give up on him now. The doctor looked around the room to make sure no one was listening, then approached me and whispered awful words in my ear. He offered to list my son's birth record as stillborn so that I could leave without consequence. For a moment I was enraged, but then I understood. With the boy declared dead, I could hide him from the world and save him the shame. I nodded my agreement and left the hospital with my newborn son stowed away inside the bag. Like, ew. Oh. Is that a Saw reference? I think so. It even says, wait, doesn't it say little game? Yeah. I want to play a little game. What the fuck? Granny's pig traps, yeah. There's a ball. The fuck is that? Oh god. Die, piggy. It's noon already, but thick clouds cover the sky and everything is dim. Something must have died nearby because I can't escape an awful smell. My radio isn't picking up any channels and the bike stopped working. I checked the fuel, the mechanical components, and the battery, and everything seemed to be in order. Very strange. I will have to continue on foot. It's only 30 miles or so. Holland made us walk further during the training just for kicks. In the distance, in the direction of Villa Hess, I can see a thick layer of fog. Collect all of Miguel's diary entries. Oh shit. We must be getting close to the end of the game if we've found all of his diaries. Or maybe... Okay. This is the shortcut back to the kindergarten. I guess... I think now that I have this shortcut unlocked, I'm supposed to go... Oh, the electronically locked doors are what the fuse is for. That makes sense. There's nothing here? I feel like for some reason there's gonna be... Powder and shot. Flask of gunpowder and iron balls. What the hell is that for? Was there an electronically locked door in the basement? Oh wait, I never took the other path in the basement, so let's go do that first. So I went in the wrong door. Hey, Hayata, thank you for the 30 months. The toilet female dog, thank you for the year resub. Oh, that's supposed to be the toilet bit. Are you toilet bitch? Dude. Can I pull out my fucking gun, please? Holy shit. Why does God punish me so? I merely desired that my beloved Magdalena become with child to fulfill the holy mission of God. I wish to be part of God's sacred plan, to be part of something greater than myself. I finally see it. God is not in this place. How many children has my son devoured because of me? I've made my decision. I must kill him. I must kill my only son and do it soon, because he already suspects my intentions. I can tell by the way he looks at me, the way his body shifts as he stands in the corner of the room, watching me through that cursed mask, like a cat stalking its prey. Seen what he could do with those knives. I must be cautious and wait for a moment to strike him from behind. Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have had your wife swallow evil dark liquid, Mr. Janitor Man. Alright, oh yeah, let's make a save. What, chat? That's what happened. That's how the guy, that's why, I think the pig guy, wait a second, is there a save here? Oh no, it's not here. The pig guy is the son of the janitor, who is a spawn because of the... We read the lore about it. Oh yeah, she smelled it, you're right. Didn't drink it.
Just when I thought this place couldn't get any weirder, I met Isabella here, my psychologist. There she was in the school hallways. She was almost unrecognizable.
Why is our fucking psychologist here?
I can't even imagine what she's been through these last 14 years here. She seemed surprised to see me, too. Apparently, Mother Lucia told everyone Anna and I were dead. I still don't know what Lucia has planned, but I'm guessing faking our deaths won't be the worst part. Lastly, it looks like Anna's drawing is pointing to the school archives. I need to find a way in there.
Alright. Well, I know where to go. At least. I'm so happy this game doesn't have inventory capacity. Honestly, I probably would have flushed the game already if it did. Alright. Alright, so we are gonna do floor 1, which will unlock the security door here. Now that we already did the elevator. Move that first floor. Then we can go back through the playground. There's too many weapons in this game for there to be like an inventory capacity, in my opinion. I mean, I have like 8 different weapons right now. I have a hammer, a crowbar, a chainsaw, a sledgehammer, a crossbow, a hand cannon, a fucking nail gun, another nail gun, a shotgun. Like, it's just too much. It's too much. Oh, was it for the hand cannon? Wait, you're probably right. It is. Nice. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, but in RE5 you can sell stuff. And in RE5 you also upgrade your weapons. So realistically in RE5 you can't use everything anyways. Oh gosh. VHS tape playground. Am I gonna have to go all the... Wonder if I'm gonna have to go all the way back. Okay, now we're on the other side of this. Nice. Okay, we unlocked the schoolyard door. least those don't like one-shot you or anything. That would be fucked up. Well, there's a save file here. His body is that of a young man, but he was barely 2 years old. His appetite grows by the day. I brought him every stray I could capture during the early hours, but it's never enough for him. Despite eating constantly, he remains painfully thin. Where does he put it? Yesterday I discovered something I had been dreading for a while, a torn school uniform stained with blood. Very little remained, merely shredded material, shoes, and a few strands of hair. I begin to suspect that God cannot hear me in this cursed place, no matter how much I pray. Yes. This guy's kid is crazy as fuck. I can actually go through here. I'm gonna make a save file. We have a lot of saves. I don't know. Maybe there's some like toxic enemies here. I feel like we're so stacked that I'm not too worried about dying unless I really fuck up. A way out. Sometimes I think about the child I carried in my womb, the life that was taken from me to live far away. I think of him and wonder if he thinks of me, if he wonders where I am, and as I picture where he could be. It comforts me to know that he doesn't have to see me as I am now, a shadow of my former self. May God take care of you always, my son, and wherever you are, may my love travel with the wind and find you to caress your hair. What was that? That was a baby. Unlock this door. Bear Igloo Eye Island? Pencil, eraser, apple, ruler, book. I'm wondering if I can solve this already or not. I don't know. I'm gonna keep looking around. I kind of feel like I can do it right now, but I'm not sure how to solve it. You're missing the bird dial for the 4 animals puzzle. It's in a coffin. Just try to loot every coffin you can see. But the thing is, some of the coffins are in like tiny little nooks. Like there's a few different little rooms that you can go into. Wait. Oh, Helena's note. Maybe that might be for the puzzle. Saddest part of this illness is that it makes me forget things. I've forgotten names, phone numbers, passwords. I had to resort to the class book to remember the names of children who have been in my class since first grade. I occasionally forget my own name. Helena. My name is Helena. To remember the combination in my locker, I've written myself a small riddle. A sacred ark that safeguards ideas, lest the wind carry them away. A righteous guide who straightens the path of the sinner and the fool. A meticulous voyager who circles the world only to return where he began. One who peels the skin of those who hide their potential beneath the flesh. Okay, well that's definitely the puzzle there. I can get up to floor 2 this way. Sacred ark that safeguards ideas. Okay, well that's the book. A righteous guide who straightens the path of the sinner and the fool. The ruler? I think the protractor is the voyager. And then the apple? Oh. Not the apple, but I mean, okay. Well, now we can do the, all right, I see. What's up, Joseph? Now we can take the elevator and have the second floor active. That's good, Joseph. There's a crashing issue with the game when you pick up a map sometimes, which sucks. But other than that, it's been good. It's better for me to go back through the schoolyard. Yeah, well, it's just sometimes annoying because, like, you know, you won't make a save file for a while. And then you finally... A lot of the time, the maps are, like, right next to the save points. I guess just going forward, I need to make sure to make a save before I pick up the map. Because a lot of the time, like, the map isn't near the save room, and then I just get screwed because of that. I gotta say, this school section has been fun. Like, the design, the level design on this has been good. Now we can go through the locked door up here. Actually, wait, maybe not here. I don't remember where the electronically locked door was. Somewhere around here. We'll find it. Oh. Nice. Great. Today I visited Mother Lucia. To my sorrow, I was shocked to see her face gaunt, her gestures tense, her words cruel and venomous. She must have changed so slowly that I could not see it. Lucia, my sister, I was once a witness to the good you did for the helpless. I watched as you cured diseases with science in God's name. You were the one who took care of me when our parents died. No one wanted to help us, and the world turned against us. I believed in you and your sacred connection with the Lord, but you have gone somewhere that I can no longer reach. I made a terrible mistake. This has all been a terrible mistake. Caroline, Anna, I'm so sorry. Hey, Little Evil, thank you for the 3 months. Not sure I have what is necessary to... Hold on. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a mirror. Okay. Okay, so we want this one lit. This one. This one. This one. This one. This one. And then we want to subtract this one. It's a lot easier when you take a screenshot, I gotta say. If I was going back and forth, that definitely would have taken me a bit longer. I'm thinking we bust out the fucking hand cannon. Did that kill him? that thing is good. Why does there have to be an other side in the school? I was enjoying the school, and then they had to do this. What the hell is this? Nail. Damn. I think we need to go back to this. Whoa. I think we need to go back to this classroom. I think it was classroom 202. We probably need to find the solution for this in the real world. I guess. And I don't know if I want to go down yet. I want to make sure I check everything that's up there. That is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to take out the pipe and I pressed the button, but it's like the buffer. I don't think there's like buffering. Oh well, my bad. Rip 1 crossbow ammo. That's where I went in. I think this... This is the door I came from. Right. Wait, no? Okay, well, I'm glad I checked this. Because I thought this was the entrance. Oh my god, I'm confused. Not having the map kind of sucks. Oh, I came from this way, didn't I? Yeah, no, it had to be from there. Okay, so that's the classroom with the puzzle. See where this goes. It's the lobby. Somehow I didn't get hit. That is... Chainsaw's decent. Oh, it's the director's office. Insecticide sprayer? I'm enjoying this one more than the first, I think. Personally. Is there nothing here? What the hell is this path? Yeah, I think we should go back to the normal world. And check the classroom 202. Oh, wait. Oh. Wait a sec. This is where the... Okay. Missed that. Okay, so we used the insecticide on the toilet. Classroom 202. Chainsaw's good. You gotta make sure to... Traps hit you more than the pighead guy? Yeah, I know. I think there's a VCR here. Okay, time to take another screenshot. Well, my intuition was right, at least. Hey, Ficus, thank you for the 11 months. My son is only 6 months old, but already he looks like a 10-year-old boy. His appetite for meat is insatiable. I've hidden him away at the school, but let him wander around at night once everyone has left. He found a plastic pig mask in the confiscated items locker and liked it so much that he hasn't taken it off. Not even while sleeping. I'm not proud to admit it, but if he decided never to take off the mask, it would be a relief. His bed was once again covered in blood. It was the third stray cat he had feasted upon, even the bones he consumed. Jeez. Oh! Nice. You bitch. These fucking traps are so troll, dude. What the f... Alright, back to the dream world. We have the picture taken, and we have the insecticide for the toilet. So you secretly put them all to kill you? What it seems like. All right. Forgot about that item there too. Okay. Dude, how many fucking symbols are there? Holy crap. I don't know what the second symbol is supposed to be. Everything else is matching here. At least I think. Unless, wait, are there two masks? Oh, there are. But I think I had the right mask. Oh, maybe I had to press... I don't understand. Is there more to this than what it seems? mean, I don't know. We literally have this, like, backwards. But the problem is the second symbol isn't on, like, it isn't something I can see. Like, this is the image chat. 1, 3, 4, and 5 all line up, but whatever the fuck this is, I mean, I don't know. I assume this was like sun, but that doesn't really make sense. But I mean, nothing. Try the opposite? Because you're on the other side? Yeah, maybe you're right. Oh, right, because... Oh, no, wait, no, you're right, it is the opposites, because they're... It was a bunny... It was a hare in the normal world, and then it was a snail on the other, so they're like opposites. So, that we're actually right then. It is sun, but all the other ones are wrong. Yeah, it makes sense why there's a happy mask now. Oh yeah, there's a fire. Oh my god. Went the long way around. Aha. What? Oh, it's... I guess we... Wait, can I... I guess we just go back now. Oh yeah, we should check the toilet, you're right. What was down here? I feel like there wasn't any... There wasn't any other puzzle in the... Wait, was there another puzzle on the other side, chat? I feel like we're done with it now. I don't know. Guess I'll just go check everything again. Be sure. I think my intuition is right, though. Because that was just the dead end, and then... the gate. This was just the director's office, okay. Yeah, I should have just trusted myself. Ah, damn it. Okay, time to go downstairs. There's a map, but there wasn't one in the other area because it's like the other side. Had to hit me. I feel like we're missing something in the basement. I don't know, what could I put in this guy's hand? I don't think we put the figurines in his hand. Maybe there was something somewhere to use the figurines down here. But I don't know where the pig is. He's not anywhere to be found. Unless he's in the other side and I just somehow missed him. I mean, I have the VHS, but I can't leave the school, and the only VHS player I'm aware of is in the previous area. Gosh. Haven't gone to the janitor's room? No, I did go there. But I can't get to the archives because the Unless... Wait, maybe I can get to the archives now? But no, I don't think so, because the archives is like the end goal of this area, I believe. And... what the figurines are for, but I don't think there's anywhere to put the figurines in the director's office. All it is a door with a keyhole. That's the problem. I don't know where these fucking things are even supposed to be used. I feel like I missed whatever it is that I'm supposed to interact with to use these. I'm just like confused as hell right now. Oh man, this was going so smooth. Now I'm lost. Still the dead teacher? Yeah, but I have to give him something. Why am I missing? Hello? That was really weird. I just missed like 5 shots in a row there. Wait, what are these candles here? Oh. Oh, I'm still missing one? Oh. I don't think there's anything in here that I missed, really. I mean, I still have these fucking apple seeds. Like, what are these for? They're like a fucking gardening class. I don't know why the generator's room still... I needed to explore these rooms better. I just missed so much stuff. Oh, can I go inside it? All coming together. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we gotta come back to the playground and get the plant, I guess. And then we probably give that to the teacher, the hand, in classroom 103. I guess. It's blocked off. Maybe that's all you do here? Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, maybe there's some loot. Alright. Okay, back to the playground. Looks like Resident Evil 1. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea behind it, I think. What? I think I see what I'm supposed to do. Oh my god. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it says that it's dry, so I think we have to water it. That did seem a little too simple, I will admit. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure that there's a pipe next to the thing that's like dripping, very slightly dripping water. Yeah. There we go. Wait a sec. Is it... Okay, I'm just gonna assume that's fine. I don't know. If I feel like it's slightly... I feel like the water's fucking missing. But surely that's good enough, right? That's gonna be so troll from the devs if you have to move it like one push from max. Please work. Aha. Okay, now we go give the apple to 103. And then I assume giving the apple to 103 will give me the last figurine, and then the science. Then the science figurines will probably give us something else. Aha. Okay. Hey, Ape Man, thank you for the 22 months. And then we go to floor 2. Question is this also a puzzle? Like, do I need to do these a specific way? Oh, is this like I think this is like the food chain. The hierarchy. Well, the hawk is definitely number 1. And then the toad. And the fly. And then the snake. We'll go to back down to floor 1. Alright, and then I think we go... I think that's the key for the archives, I believe. Could be wrong about that, though. We're gonna make a save, because we haven't made one in a while. I think we're doing more abiotic factor tomorrow. Wait a second, didn't we see... You'd come to the director's office. If the things Anna draws become real, then you'll need help. Isabella, it's too dangerous. You should have left already. Can't leave you on your own. Anyway, it's not just me. I found us some real backup. He's on the way. Who? An outsider I ran into on the way here. He carries a gun and knows how to use it, too. He saved my life once already. He went to go get more ammunition, but he promised he'd meet us here. Fine, but I can't wait around. I'm gonna scout out ahead. You hang back here and shout if anything happens. Okay, well... I don't think we know the solution for this. I mean, there's still the hand in the basement, but I don't think we give him the key. Oh, it's right here. I was gonna say, I remember seeing 3 images, but I couldn't remember where it was. Okay, so bottom is wolf. Oh, howling at the moon. The thorns. I feel like that might be the heart. Well, no, well, I don't know. And then the top is like... the stars, I guess. The second one is definitely wrong. The first 2 are good. Oh, it's this one. I think we got it. Wait, no? Well... oh, wait. Maybe this isn't star. I mean, we're not necessarily brute forcing. Like, we know for a fact the wolf one is correct. At least I feel like maybe I shouldn't make any assumptions. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have got... I didn't know what the symbol was for Venus. Game really likes its fucking astrology, doesn't it? Oh my. Well, like I knew it was based on the planet's positioning. I could tell that much because it showed all of like it showed the rotation or the orbit of all of them. I feel like they should have given you a note or something for people that don't know astrology, because I honestly just looked up all the astrology symbols previously when the puzzles came up, because it's like I don't fucking know them, and the game doesn't give you any info about them. They really should give you like a sheet with like a fucking astrology sheet or something. Last night, during my usual patrol, I found Miss Teresa in her classroom. She was simply standing there, staring at an empty blackboard. I asked her what she was doing there at that hour. Without taking her eyes off the board, she answered in a tired voice. Every morning, Brother Soto's son, Martin, would bring me an apple and place it in my hand. He carefully cultivated and harvested the apples in the school's nursery. I never gave it much thought. The cult chose him as an offering last month. You remember? You ate of his flesh too, Job. I had nothing to say. Told me she would stay a while longer, that she still had work to do. I hadn't walked far down the hallway when the resounding crack of a gunshot from behind me stopped me dead in my tracks. The police cleaned up the scene early the next day, but the smell of putrefaction has only grown more intense, as if the professor's body were still there, slowly decomposing. I had to close off the room and make space for the children in the basement so they can continue their classes. Can't stop thinking that God has abandoned us in this place. Game's trying to be old school? Well, that's not completely true. I mean, like the game gives you plenty of hints for other puzzles. I don't know. I don't really like when games require you to have like outside knowledge of certain subjects in order to solve a puzzle.
Oh my god, Miguel, your neck!
I'm okay for now. But he got Isabella too. And I don't think she's gonna make it.
Go to her, Miguel.
I mean, I don't care about astrology at all. I don't know any of it. Oh God. Let's try to knock. What is that, dude? His tracking on that jump is absurd. Now I'm doing damage to him? I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing. Why can't I? Why did he do that? I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. That was an interesting fight. Do enough damage so he kills himself, I guess. I gotta say, the boss fights in this game, not my favorite. I feel like they're just they're designed so weird. They're just so weird. Well, I will say, the chainsaw was super fucking good for that fight. I mean, it does make sense that a chainsaw would be good against a fucking pig. Alright.
That pig-headed thing is gone. How you doing, Isabella?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything.
Hush now. There's nothing you need to say. You've given it all here today. Nobody can ask any more of you than that.
Despite my sins, God, in his eternal love, has granted me my greatest wish. Oh, don't be sad. Would you tell this old woman your name?
Miguel. My name is Miguel.
Miguel. I have a son named Miguel.
She looked after me for years. She was always incredibly kind.
Let me deal with this, Caroline. Go and find your sister. I saw a group of people headed toward the church, and there was a woman with them who looked just like you.
Will you be okay?
Don't worry about me. I've survived worse.
Okay.
Okay.
Poor Isabella is dead. Cut. Miguel is badly injured too. They didn't deserve that. Just as Isabella... Miguel saw Anna being taken to the church. I swear, Lucia's... What's she up to? One way or another.
Yep, I mean, she's not really saying anything that we haven't heard. Repeating what literally just happened. Alright, we need to go downstairs. I think the pig mask is for the janitor in the basement. No save. No paying attention. Hi. What are you taking off? Whole thing? Here you go, buddy. Oh, I see. I had a feeling that that's probably that was what was gonna happen. Another puzzle. Another puzzle just to leave. All right. Everything is a puzzle in this game. You do a puzzle just to get another puzzle. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh my. Oh. Mustache bow sunflower. What the fuck is mustache? What is bow? Sunflower at least makes sense. That's sun. I'm not sure what this even is. Oh, is this yin and yang? Okay, so this is the mustache. All right, it's probably this. The second one is definitely wrong. Oh, the bow could be Cupid, like a heart. Yeah, you know what? That's probably it. I think you're right. That's got to be it. Upgrade all weapons. Nice. No, I mean that wasn't that complicated of a puzzle. Can we leave the school now? Yes, finally. Make another save. It's a pretty long game. Yeah, I'm enjoying the game. The crashes were the only thing that really annoyed me. Thing is, we did all of that, and like we got, well, oh right, we have the key for the entrance now. Silent Hill remake. If you're talking about the first Silent Hill, yeah, of course I'll play the remake, but this isn't the right way. Exploring makes it a lot longer, but I mean everything you have, like, exploring is part of the game, right? It's not like there's really that much optional stuff in this. I guess what I'm trying to say. Oh wait, I could have made a save here. Oh well. Now the question here is, what is the... Oh. So Rose, karate, and camels. Okay, well, Rose is definitely heart. Karate, I guess. Oh, that's like a male thing, I guess. Or maybe it's yin and yang. Not trying to be like sexist or anything. And what was the other one? Camels? Maybe the sun? I think the camels are the star. I'm not sure I understand that, but... Okay, hold on. Let's do yin and yang for karate.
Anna! Anna? Are you okay?
Thank you for joining us, Caroline. You can witness the last mess of this filthy church and its impotent god.
Just give me my sister, Lucia. There's nowhere left to run.
But Anna still has a role to play in this story, just as you do.
Caroline! What's happening to me? Anna! Ah! 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 Caroline, help me! Lucia, please! Let her go, I'm begging you!
Then stop playing games with me, girl. If you want to save your sister, find me in the underground depths below the church. That's where the true temple of God lies, and where our destiny awaits us.
I'll be there. Hold on just a little longer, Anna.
Stations of the Cross. I bet the game's gonna crash when I pick up the map. We're gonna have to be careful. Oh, this is the door we came. The elevator doesn't work, right? Not enough. Mother Lucia has given me a task as unusual as it is important. As we all know, God resides within every being that walks his green earth. That power which dwells within us all is infinite. I must find a way to harness it in the name of God. Mother Lucia says that our mission is to guide humanity to the next evolutionary step through science and with the Lord's blessing. I will confine myself to this laboratory until I have achieved my goal. There can be no distractions. God has spoken through Mother Lucia and has blessed me with this task. My life is the Lord's, and I live for him. People are crazy. Rubber hose. Both of those doors are locked. Do I like the game? I do. Why do you guess not? Dude. Are you just trying to be annoying? It's been 11 years since Caroline and Anna died. This place is unrecognizable. The sun's rays no longer break through those gray eternal clouds. A thick, foul-smelling fog arrived one morning and never left. The suicide and homicide rates have skyrocketed in recent years along with diagnosis of cancer. Wait, didn't I read this? Oh, I read something similar. Most of the townspeople have abandoned Villa Hess. Only a few stubborn... Yeah, no, I already read this. Wait, what? I'm a bit confused because there isn't anything... There's a shortcut, which is cool, but I don't... I feel like there's somewhere I can use this key in the main church. But... Unless... Maybe all I need to do is use the hose on the elevator? Actually, that might be the case. Ah. What? Oh. Where did the fucking hose go, though? Excuse me? Is it... Did it Did it teleport back to where it was before? It's not there. What do you mean it's there? Wait, what do you mean blind? Wait, what? Who's under it? I thought I died there for some... I think I need to use the duct tape. Oh. Finally a use for the wire, dude. What? Okay. All right, maybe this time. What the heck is the duct tape for, man? I feel like the duct tape might be some secret thing. Maybe not, though. Thought there was a door there. Wasn't sure. Fine. Okay, we need to be careful because there's... Alright, let's just make a... Just making a save right away because the moment I grab this map, it's probably going to crash again if there is a map.
Lucia is calling the shots right now. She showed me the total power she has over Anna. She warned me that if I want to save her, I have to go to the catacombs beneath the church. I'm sure it's a trap.
Finally, the puppet virus is complete. Every twist, every inconvenience was all part of the design. Well done, Angelica. Your timing was impeccable. Now with the sect under my control and Nautilus's power at my command, nothing stands in my way. Your mission is fulfilled, Angelica. Now I must take care of you. I cannot risk the puppet virus falling into the hands of anyone else. Those moments when the cross on his shoulders felt heaviest, it was then that the devil sought to extinguish the flame of his faith. Oh, it's another mirror. That's where I came. Not sure I understand this one. Oh, wait. There's 14 candles. Unless... Well, even if it starts at 0... Oh wait, is there 2 right here? Oh shit, okay. It says when the cross felt heaviest. Okay, definitely. Okay, 3 is one of them. And then 5. I think it's when he's like crouching over. Can I not fucking go this way? Three, 5, 7, 9. But the question is, what is it, like left to right? Like, what is what? Or maybe it's the... It is 3579. Nice. Wait. There we go. It was not 11. Yeah, I had it backwards. Because it did say it... Oh, God. What do you mean? It's equipped. These just loop back to each other. Where I came through. Or wait, is it? so fucking... This is backwards, okay. Hey Patrick, thank you for the 42 months. Mother Lucia ordered me to inject Caroline with the puppet virus before waking her from deep sleep. Of course, I said I would do so, but instead of the puppet virus, I injected Caroline with an inert substance. Lucia didn't notice anything. I have little time. Lucia wants me dead. I'm certain of it. She plans to stop me from synthesizing a vaccine that can immunize a host against the puppet virus. Unfortunately, this vaccine cannot reverse the effects of the puppet virus once the virus is in the bloodstream, so there's no chance of reversing its effects on me. However, if the vaccine is administered before the host is infected, it will render them immune to the virus's effects. You need a large amount of black blood directly from the Black Phoenix subject. Black Phoenix. Only souls brave enough to surrender wholly to the darkness can move beyond this path. Hey, pizza. Wait a sec. There's no map here. At least if there is, I missed it. So does this door take me back to... Oh, well... Let's see. Well, this is where I came from. The room with the pots. I haven't found anything, though. I don't... I'm just going and... Yeah, I don't... Oh, wait. I see. Oh. What did I do? I went into the darkness. And I died. Maybe I need to be, like, standing right here. Aha! Alright. Final boss time? The boss is weak to duct tape, yeah. The long elevator. Today I encountered an intruder snooping about the laboratory. To my surprise, I discovered after I had struck the intruder around the head with a metal pipe that it was in test subjects 575, who'd been in cryogenesis in Dr. Angelica's laboratory. Transferred her unconscious body into one of the functioning prototypes of the suspended animation tanks. Merging her in amniotic fluid should facilitate a faster recovery. I'm aware that Dr. Angelica will not be pleased that her test subject was physically harmed. I attempted to reach her through the intercom system, but received no response. Makes me very uneasy. I will return to the underground lab immediately. Journey will be slow and painful in this heavy-duty diving suit. My biological tissue and the cold metal are fusing too rapidly. I've abandoned hope of ever removing it. I must view these conditions as a trial, an opportunity to demonstrate my worthiness for salvation. Eureka! Praise the Lord! By fusing the black blood and Caroline's blood, I've managed to synthesize a virus that negates the host's free will, allowing them to be controlled fully. Through countless failed experiments, she really did have the answers I needed. Thank you, Caroline. It's clear to me that God sent you to us for a reason. With this discovery, Mother Lucia will be able to control the will of any being that is implanted with the virus, just like pulling strings on a puppet. There are side effects, of course. Hosts of the virus exhibit symptoms such as purple skin, disorientation, and a state of constant fatigue. I finally feel I can rid myself of this obnoxious radiation suit and take a stroll outside again. I haven't seen the sunlight in years. I'm a little sad about leaving Caroline here alone, but don't worry, my Caroline, it will only be for a moment. Soon you will awaken from your long sleep and we will meet again at last. So much to tell you. Is there an item in here? I take his hand. Finally, a sign from heaven. I had been unable to make any significant progress in my research, containing or redirecting the energy from the mitochondria and the blood cells through the plasma into the organs of the test subjects. It's proved to be very difficult. Even more so in these anti-radiation suits, which are uncomfortable to wear all day, to say the least. So I prayed and I prayed, asking God to light my way. I'm ashamed to admit that I was losing faith. That was until God answered my prayers. Mother Lucia has brought us a new subject. She has been placed in cryogenesis for the next 14 years. I took a blood sample after putting the subject to sleep, and to my surprise, the blood cells have not one, but two nuclei surrounded by thousands of mitochondria. When I placed the subject's blood sample close to the black blood we have been investigating, the radiation levels of the latter skyrocketed, and incredibly, the subject's blood began to emit a faint, warm light. Here the subject contains the answers I need. Praise be the Lord. I have no idea where this frickin' spark plug is used. There was nowhere back here, was there? Maybe I missed something? Oh. see. I think I need that note I just got, right? All right. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. I feel like I need to get the right mixture so I can go through the... I don't know. I feel like we need to use the spark plug somewhere. That's the thing, I don't remember there being anywhere to use a spark plug. Going in circles. Maybe in the safe room? The bunker office? I'm not even sure where her fucking note is anymore. Poster? Yeah, I mean, I know that sadly, it still doesn't really help me though. Puppet virus carriers only, but what is the puppet virus? What is the combination for the puppet virus? That's the thing. I don't know how to progress. Put the spark plug in the elevator control panel? I don't think so. There's no interaction point. I don't know. I wanted to try to finish this game today, but I'm starting to think I might just call it and save it for another day. I don't know. This is starting to fucking annoy me, and I don't know. I don't know how to fucking read Angelica's note, though. Where is it? It's fucking gone forever. I did read the doctor notes like fucking 10 times already, man. I really don't know. I feel like I've triple checked every area, like... I don't know, man. not the clipboard. Oh my god, you're right. Sadly, it still doesn't. Oh my god, it's right here. Dude, I looked through all of the notes looking for Sister Angelica, and somehow I just did. I don't know if I went over it and didn't notice, or if I missed it every single time. I probably just didn't notice. Is it that as high as it goes? Okay, so that's 6 parts. All right, I see. I mean, my intuition tells me it's just this, but I also feel like it's 2/3 red and then 2/3 green and 1/3 yellow. I don't know. If I don't die. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I don't think it's that simple, but... Wait, we still... That's fine. We still have... Okay, it's saying that this is 4. It's... I need to double check it. 2 parts... Two parts green. Wait. Like that. Please don't kill me. What? Oh. I don't get it. Why is it 6 red though? I don't understand. Portion is 3 parts. But yeah, I guess you're right because it has to be. Yeah. It has to be 3 parts because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, I see. You have to use the yellow and green to know how much red, rather than the other way around, I guess. Okay. What in God's name? What has happened to the town? Almost everyone has left and the stench is unbearable. Mother Lucia, why didn't you tell me anything about what was happening here? Ran into old Joseph and what he told me left me in shock. Mother Lucia is planning something to conquer the entire world and I, locked in that lab, was the one who helped her with her evil plan. Is this the world in which my Caroline will walk? I cannot allow it. Old Joseph dared me to go down in the depths beneath the lab, telling me I would find answers there. Returned to the lab only to discover that Lucia had implemented a mechanism to allow entry only to those who carry the puppet virus in their blood. Synthesize a vaccine for the virus, but for that, I would need access to the lab. How did Lucia even do that, dude? She's just a dumb fucking religious leader. How does she know how to fucking do that? I don't understand. Okay, they're touching. Oh wait, maybe down. Isn't this where I came in? Well, I'm denting, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand. I guess there's an item I'm missing. There's nowhere else to go, though, so I don't get it. Maybe we just do the... Okay, you know what? We just go try to use the elevator? Switch before making them touch? But... that... I don't... Uh-oh. That... I would have, like, never figured that out. I didn't, I don't know. It didn't really make sense to me. I mean, I guess I kind of understand, like, the power... Putting in the spark plug allowed the generator to be powered up, and then the lever needs to be pulled after the power was on because it needs, like, the initial rotation. Like, it needs to be going already, I guess, for it to catch the other one. Black Phoenix experiment has demonstrated significant progress. After obtaining a DNA sample from the Nautilus egg, the team was astonished to discover that the genetic material had remained completely intact despite the passage of time. DNA was successfully used to inseminate an ovum, resulting in its immediate transformation into an amorphous mass that began to grow at an accelerated rate. The mass has started to take on form, developing tentacles and what can only be described as a face. Due to its rapid growth, relocation to a larger space was deemed necessary before it fully occupied the current lab. During transit, it was noted that the entity's tentacles had developed remarkable strength in an alarmingly short period of time. 3 team members were fatally crushed by its tentacles despite the highly durable anti-radiation suits they were wearing. Stricter containment measures have been implemented to prevent a similar occurrence in the future. Trust these precautions will prove sufficient. We must stop playing God. The entity exhibited vital signs since the start of the experiment, but nothing that suggested any level of consciousness. We believe that the eyes within the viscerocranium have remained closed since the insemination until that incident. I was reading a news article about the disappearance of some young ladies at sea when I heard a scream coming from the lab. I hesitated for a moment, but I finally moved toward the source of the scream. The experiment had its eyes open, inhuman pupils fixed on Dr. Martina, causing her such intense pain that she was writhing on the ground, holding her head in her hands. I was frozen in astonishment when, for a mere fraction of a second, my eyes met those of the creature. It felt as if a knife was being plunged from my eyes to the back of my skull. What that thing showed me is something I cannot describe. A place beyond time and space, somewhere so desolate that suffering takes on a meaning beyond our comprehension. A blackout plunged the lab into complete darkness and severed the thing's grasp of my mind. Dr. Martina and 2 other scientists who were exposed to the test subject's gaze have taken their own lives. They were found dead in their cabins. The team feared the same for me, though I was only taken for a fraction of a second. I'm being administered sedatives and I'm under constant monitoring. I've been not able to sleep for days. Every time I close my eyes, I see that place again. That's concerning. Oh my god, what is that? I do have something up here now. Oh. I don't think I have whatever I need yet, so you're just gonna have to stay there, buddy. Syringe. Yeah, my HP is different now. Because I'm infected. Second. Oh, the card. Nice. Yeah, I played Misery with the lads the other yesterday. It was alright. Wait a sec. Thought the others. Is there 2 elevators or am I going crazy? Okay, of course there's 2 elevators. I don't know, I feel like maybe I should have gone and done the ID card. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Alright. This is seeming like kind of close to the end. I feel like we've got to be... We're just on the cusp. It is getting pretty late, but I do kind of want to finish this game since we're... going back to Abiotic Factor tomorrow. Final fragment remains lost. We must find it as soon as possible. Time is running out. We must lure it to us with a soul so tormented that the fragment can sense it from far away. It will take refuge in its body and feed on its pain. Discovered the perfect bait. Juan, the night guard at the processing plant, loves his daughter more than anything else in this world. It is a pure and powerful love, unlike anything I have seen before. If I can transform his love into pain and guilt, the fragment will come to us. What the... VHS tape. Oh, shit. We have to go to the fucking other world in the laboratory. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel like maybe we should just save. I don't know. Maybe there's more of this game left than I think. We need to go... I don't remember where the videotape was. Wasn't it on... The tape player was on the first floor, right? No, this is just... Oh. Maybe it was on the second floor. It is... Oh, it's not here. Oh, I hate not having a map so much. I think it's all the way at the end here. It's me. Oh, syringe. Wait. The fuck? I guess I need to get something to... I need to get the vaccine? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But... I guess we have to go down to the bottom floor then. Why am I going here? Okay. Syringe insert where the monster was. It's either that... Oh yeah, wait, maybe this is like true ending that I'm doing right now. Wait, where's the... Wait, it's not... Is the monster on floor 3? Or is he on this? I'm fucking crap. Oh, no, he is here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting tired. I'm like... Yeah, floor 1 is just... We don't want to go back to floor 1. Floor 1 is not useful anymore. All right, guys, time to save ourselves. Okay. Look at your health. Yeah, I know. I'm saved now, right? Yeah, I'm fine. Because yeah, I mean, I went back in the past and saved myself. Alright, we're gonna go to floor 1, make a save. And then I assume we are gonna go beat her ass because she can't control us anymore. I am Caroline. My sister is Anna. Yo, Chillings, thank you for the 2 months. I don't want to fight these guys. Looks like it's it. Ancient temple. Alright, final save before the final fight. Surely this isn't a whole nother area with a million puzzles and an elevator. Nobody tell him, yeah. Oh, this is seeming very, very much like the end. And we have no map. I just feel bad. I'm driving up to Wisconsin
Finally,
tonight.
the chosen ones are both here. It is just as you foretold, my Lord Nautilus. The Wild Burger twins have come to set you free.
Give me back my sister, Lucia. We're not taking part in this twisted resurrection.
Poor child, you think you can resist what has already been decided.
I'm not infected with your puppet virus. Your mind control tricks won't work on me.
I don't need the virus to control you, Caroline. I've been pulling your strings all along.
You're
We'll see about that.
delusional.
Am I? See how the flesh of Nautilus beats fiercely within its confinement? That's all thanks to you, my child. Remember the 4 entities you killed? Pighead and Dr. Hearts, the Iron Maiden and the Harvester. Each of them was a vessel that held a fragment of the soul of our Lord Nautilus. Only you could have made that journey to the other side and broken open those vessels, Caroline.
What?
You played your part perfectly, and now my plan is almost complete. Those soul fragments are reunited here within the seed of Nautilus, and his essence is poised to bring salvation upon our realm.
Haven't you seen the effect that thing has already had on this town? Is that the salvation he'll bring to the rest of the world?
I shall be the guide and emissary. I have taken steps to harness his infinite power. Now come, join your sister. I need you and Anna both to activate the mechanism that will awaken our Lord. You are the heirs of the blood of the ancient guardians, and this is your destiny.
Forget it. You can't make me.
You're trying my patience, young lady. Do as I say, or I'll make your sister open her throat from ear to ear.
Stop! Fine. I'll do it. Just don't hurt her, please.
Just step up to the pedestal and place your hand on the touchstone. You have been a loyal handmaiden to the cause so far. Help us in this final act, and you will not find Nautilus ungrateful in the bright future you bring to pass.
This is madness. What makes you think you can harness this demon?
The puppet virus has been injected into the seed and is already assimilating with his essence. I shall hold the reins of his will just as firmly as I do Anna's.
Do you ever listen to yourself, Lucia? I don't think you have any concept of what you're dealing with here.
Hush now, child. Now it's your turn. Place your hand upon the touchstone. Do it now.
You'll regret this.
This thing is definitely gonna kill her.
Oh, Lord Nautilus, rise from your eternal slumber. I am your loyal emissary, mighty one, who freed you from your unjust exile. Now is the time to shine your light upon the world. Strike down this blasphemer!
That was a mistake, demon. I'll send you straight back to the other side.
Nice. Fucking Silent Hill 1. Low on ammo for that. I don't know how you're supposed to fucking dodge that thing. Oh. No way. Dude, I don't even know how you're meant to avoid some of this shit. That even work? Oh. I had to use like all of my ammo.
Go back to the abyss, Hellspawn.
I wish I kept more of my chainsaw ammo for that fight. The chainsaw was really good. You don't have enough ammo, are you soft locked? I don't know, it kind of seems like it. I mean, you can melee the tentacles, but it felt so... I don't even know how you were supposed to dodge some of those attacks. Could have stood on the platform. Oh. I'll be honest, I didn't even think I could go there. Got the bad ending. Do you have to use the duct tape for the good ending? Are you serious? You saved Miguel with duct tape? That's so stupid. What the hell? Sorry to skip the credits music. It's just it's really late. I can look up the good ending, I guess. Is that just the ending? Not save Miguel. Oh, you just don't even fight this guy? They just skipped the fight? Oh, yeah, yeah, I think you're right. That's like after you beat him. No, we didn't play RV there yet. Probably do it soon. I don't even know. When are you even supposed to use the duct tape on Miguel? Use the tape on the robot. What? Robot is Miguel. Oh, you have to do it in the other. Oh, in the other world. Oh, so you have to go back into the other world once you have the duct tape to the director's office, I guess. I feel like they're trying to. This ending reminds me of the fucking RE2 ending with like Claire and Leon walking with. Yeah. All right. Well, I gotta go, chat. I'm glad we finished the game. That took a bit longer than I expected, but overall, I thought the game was pretty good. I enjoyed it. But yeah, thank you all for watching, everybody. Tomorrow, chat, we're gonna be doing more Abiotic Factor with Lobos. Driving up to I'm gonna be at my parents' place. Yeah, I gotta pack up and go drive there now. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Be doing some Abiotic Factor, and then I don't know what the plan is for Sunday, but we'll worry about that tomorrow.